Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for the last day of the year, Wednesday, December the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Uh, didn't have the mic on. Sorry, guys. YouTube, I know you guys can hear me, so let me do that again. Welcome to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Last day of the year, Wednesday, December the 31st. Go Buckeye. Okay, RC. Thank you. So you guys can hear me in YouTube. You can hear me in our main room. Yeah, Miko, just out of curiosity, why can't what are you using for news? It was pretty. I use Interactive Brokers, and here's your news for F. I'm sure it must be everywhere though, but FBLG trading higher after the company announced it filed the phase 1/2 IND, etc. So there is news on that. So you know what, guys? SPACs. Here's another SPAC right here. ESHI. Now, don't use TI. Don't use TI's news, Miko. Okay, I'm sorry. It's not. It's it might improve in the new year, but do not. If that's what you're relying on, please don't. ESHA. ESHA is a SPAC. Man, oh man, another one of these SPACs. And there was another one I saw this morning. Another SPAC. Where is it? ALCY. ALC. Where is it? There it is. ALCY is another SPAC, guys. So I mean, they can go crazy. So I have to keep an eye on these two SPACs, ALCY and Nesha. And I saw that after hours action for the what the A was it AFJK, not after hours, but market hours, AFJK. Didn't look good, because it closed down here. It closed no, it's the week. It closed right there at 82 after getting up to 110. But boy, it's taken out the high. Amazing. Just amazing. So top of the list here, 88% up, ANGH trading higher after the company. I don't know if we can, I guess we can sort of classify this as a bit of an earnings play, reported year-over-year increase in H1 results. This is out of United Arab Emirates. So, oops, that is a big move. And, again, it's one of these ones, it's hard to believe, but we've got 90,000 in the float, 90,000 in the float. Was this the one that had 10,000? Anyway, 90,000 in the float. Somebody put a charge into the SPY also, guys. Look at this. We had a big move down, pretty big move down at the beginning, but a big, pretty nice move up now in the SPY. William, I don't know if you were around because I'm interested in your take on CORT, CORT, another bio. Drops as after the US FDA declines to approve their drug for rare hormonal disorder. Okay, just wanted to make sure because that is something that is a big drop, obviously 40% down. Uli, ULY. This is a continuation play, guys. ULY continuation from yesterday. Big day yesterday. Got up to $3, closed 270. Not bad. Better though. I mean, here's the 200-day moving average, 456. So it's got some room. Looking left, maybe little areas of resistance, but good volume. Great volume already. 1 million shares. Do I have agami in North America? I'm not sure what that means, Miko. Never. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Vanda, VNDA. A nice pop for this one after a report points to strong demand in China. Okay, on the China stock. Oh, it's a music platform. Oh, I see. No, we might have it. Oh, I see. That's the name of the company. Sorry. Okay, I have no idea. Never heard of it before. I mean, I've seen the stock before, but I'm not familiar with that music platform. Entertainment, digital entertainment, and online streaming platforms. Okay. Okay. My guess is no, but then again, I'm not a big music guy. I should rephrase that. I've got Sirius, and that's my that's my music source. Okay, let's see what else is happening. RDAC, RDAC. Is this another SPAC? Yeah, another SPAC, guys. I wish I had better news now because at least our news. But again, my news is I'm on a development version, and this is I'm hoping in the new year. I'm hoping our news will be a little more current, but because what I'd like to know on these SPACs, have they made their decision on who they're going to be acquiring or merging with? Not just this one, but also ESHA, ESHA, and the other one, the ALCY. William's favorite stock continues to move down. SMX. They did put out a press release, but I think it's falling on deaf ears now. SMX announces expansion of industrial rubber traceability platform. Yeah, it was RDAC, 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 not RDCA. I think you're talking about that one, Miko. Well, revises monthly extension. Okay, so the extension fee doesn't look. Yeah, I mean this is. It doesn't look like they've. It doesn't look like they have decided who they're merging with. Anything's possible, Miko. It could bounce back, but right now you're in a massive downturn. Take a lot of. It takes something to some. Well, this is a PR machine. This company, so I don't know what sort of news is going to pop it. Now, Obi, when did you go to bed? I sort of read some comments. It looks like you've got the bad bug, bad flu. Why don't you just go right back to bed? Then you have tomorrow off, and even Friday. I might even on Friday. I may get into the room late, maybe around 10 o'clock Eastern time. All right, let's take a. I did see the little bit of news on this one. INBS. Actually, when I saw it was down here, so they really popped. Announces a street strategic manufacturing partnership with Sirma, Yohari, MedTech, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so there is a press release for this company called INBS, Intelligent Biosolutions. A lot of volume already. Another now that That float very low, not as crazy as 10,000, 940,000. So the next high looking left is 534 on the daily chart. No, he's not. Dan is not going to be presenting today. I don't know who is going to be, but it is not going to be Dan. It's not going to be Dan. Well, UPLD, let's see. Not too much resistance looking left for me. So court continues to move down here. Where is any support at all? This is not a lifetime low. I'm going to back this. I'm going to get a monthly chart up. I want to see where the next low is on a monthly chart for CORT. So we're at $43 right there. The low right there is 46. The low right there is 42. Right around 42. So we're right at that low. We're at a monthly low of last October. Not last October, October of 2024. There was a low that it's at right now. And then before that, the month before that, it was 33.34. So, man, if it takes this out, I mean, it's already down 40%. I get it. But if it takes that out, then if you look at a monthly chart, there's still room for it to run down. And lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers. No, no Dan today. No, no Dan today in YouTube. No. Oris just showed up here, guys. Now Oris, ORIS, and it is up 39%. The Oriental rise. I want to see if there's any news on this one. I cannot see any news on this one. Nothing in my headlines. Look at the volume. 3.3 million shares already traded the float over 3 times. This is not CNET, though, is it? This is not. This is remember old CNET. Don't know. Maybe it is. Anyway, this is out of China. CNET up 9%. One of those websites that used to be very, very prominent many years ago. I guess doing technology reviews and things like that. Okay, so Esha is pulling back now. Well, there's Court. So Court now just took out the low that month. It just took out the low that month. All right, thank you, William. So, okay, Boris does have news. Okay, I'm just looking at my headlines here. Okay, I'm just looking at these headlines. I don't, unless it's in here. Okay, yeah, you're right. Announce a non-binding letter of intent to acquire a controlling stake in Hubei, Dagwan. Tea industry. Okay, so there is news. I had to. It wasn't on the headline. Ah, right on, Mont Tremblant. That's the skiing out there for SKN ski resort just near Montreal. Talking to SKM in our YouTube room. All right, guys, let's take a look at that KLXE. Yeah, so obviously the focus has to be on this ANGH. It is up the most still, hasn't pulled back at all, I don't believe. What it does when the market opens at 9:30, we don't know, of course. And let me get to a weekly chart. I want to see if there's any near-term resistance. Doesn't look like there is. Mm. 18 million shares have traded. So I don't want to call this a technically an earnings play, but maybe it is. This looks like it is actually an earnings play, ANGH. We don't have it listed as an earnings play, but this looks like all the. It doesn't look like this is preliminary. This looks like the true earnings release for ANGH. And remember, there are so few companies releasing earnings. We had one yesterday, CETX. It was rather, I wouldn't call that. It was nice for a while. Yeah, we just don't have it listed as an earnings play. That's all. So, but you can, yeah, just look at the headlines, and it definitely is an earnings play. Wolf guys, WULF. It's only up 3%. Okay. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, right there. That looks like so. It was right here. Is that is the last day of July, and that's the first. That's what you're talking about, Mike. So the split took effect that day. All right, guys, 9:19. So I think what I'm going to do now is, yeah, let's take a look at that court daily. No kidding. No kidding. Look at that daily yesterday for court. As William was saying, that looks like somebody definitely knew that that CRL was coming and shorted it in advance. And now they held overnight and they're making beaucoup dollars. This was a big one yesterday. B triple U. Let's see what it's doing today. Well, I can see what it's doing today. It's down 20%. This Okay, I have a confession, guys. Why do I have men's? This could be my wild hair for the year, if you know the phrase. I took some of this yesterday, and I'm looking to hold this one. I don't know for how long. This is men's. So this is a pseudo swing for me. Boy, that continues to drift down this court. So yeah, another new low, guys. Another new low for court. CORT. Another new low. And I think on that monthly chart, I think I had to go. Well, the next low is $33. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, but wow, this is a little bit just under four. It was towards the end of the day. Wow, court now underneath 40. I didn't get up in time to see this move down here at 8:15. I wasn't up by then. Well, I was up, but I wasn't on. I wasn't looking at my charts yet. I'm just looking to see how many shares available for court. I know there's lots at. Well, there's enough at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, 760,000. At this point, though, I'm probably looking for some kind of a bounce. This would be way too much of a chase down for me now. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So first thing I do, as always, save my layout. Hertz is actually up 12% now, not down 17%. Okay, well, first of all, let me see. This is not Hertz, so this is okay. Let's see. How do you see that? Because it closed at 265 yesterday, and it's at 220 now. So why are you saying it's up 12%? Okay, I'll take your word for it. No volume on HERZ. I see 20. I see 220, 224 for HERZ. There is positive. Well, it's an earnings play, Brian. So yes. I don't have that. You believe it or not, I don't have that up, Dwayne. Percentage increase. Believe it or not. But okay, I'll take you. I'll take you guys' word for it. Yeah, I always see those companies that release have dividends, and it look like they're massive drops. I don't well, I usually just shy away from them, but Well, I don't want to call it necessarily support, Mike, but I mean the next low on a monthly chart is around $33. Okay, that is the next low on a monthly chart for court. But if you look at no, the weekly chart, so if you look at a monthly chart, that low, he took out that low of 42 right there. It took that. Wow, look at that. But if you scroll back a little bit more, the next low down is 33.34. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying that is where it's going to get to, but that is the next low on a monthly chart. Obviously, there could be some days or weeks within that month that might block it, but this is a disaster. It's Z. It's just I call it a wild hair. Okay, I mean it had a massive move. You know, if you but you, this is just something I'm just gonna I did just out of sort of like a lotto play. That's all it is. It's just a lotto play. But obviously trying to crawl back maybe a little bit. At a, yesterday has some room up to here, but it's what it did. Last month, getting up to 32. So maybe maybe there'll be some enthusiasm for it again. I'm not saying it's going to get to 32 or 60. It's just a lotto play for me. Okay. All right, guys. So these two races will start at 9:30, and that's by design. So if there's anything here I haven't talked about, I know we talked about the ULI, the ESHA, the INBS, the AFJK. What will be today's AFJK? Will there be one? I truly thought I'd wake up to see this one back down to about the 30 or $40 level. AFK, AFJK. After it really pulled back yesterday, got up to what 108, and it pulled back down to 82. I fully expected to see it not at yesterday's high. The race is just a look at a list of stocks. What time is it now? 9:20. So if I look at the top list that this will be generated on, there'll be a lot more stocks in here. It's just going to take a look, and it's going to tell me what stock is moving the most percentage wise when the race started in the list of stocks. This list will grow once the market opens. That's what the race does. Okay. This C percent is just telling you the change from the close. But so yeah, if I sort on it right now, but what if all of a sudden ONDS just started to move? Is that 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%? That's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is, up the most from yesterday's close. It just cares. This will be a big list of stocks once the market opens, or when 9:30 happens. Okay. It's running up a list. Yeah. What stock is moving the most percentage wise when the race started? And then what's nice about it is a top 10 list is built automatically for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This is a volatile race. This says, you'll see this race Right now, there's no data. Why isn't this? There's no data yet. In other words, there's no stocks that have met the filter requirements in this race. But this is a large cap race. And we're open. Yes, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And we have our first halt of the day, or first two halts. Well, oh, I see. This was halted in the pre-market. Court was halted in the pre-market, not for volatility. Must have been a news halt, obviously because of their news. Esha just got halted on the way up, guys. ESHA. This will obviously be not obviously, but it's going to be a crazy one more than likely. It already is crazy. It's 50%, but one of these acquisition companies, one of these SPACs. All right, yeah, INBS is on the move here, right at the top here. You're right, there are 42,000 shares available. Halted now. Just got halted. So this is the first time I've showing this window here, this blue window that you see. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales, and when a stock gets halted, you can't see the symbol here, but it is the INBS, and there's the halt price. This column is trying to give you a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. Okay, and you can see this number fluctuates. Usually, the halts are 5 minutes long, so over the course of 5 minutes, this number will fluctuate. If you're in this one right now, of course, what you want to see is a number greater than the halt price. Typically, the first halt is pretty good. Boy, court, no bounce. Well, a little bit of a bounce. But boy, oh boy, I mean, it's getting closer and closer to that 33. So look at Esha. I mean, these are not easy to trade. Definitely not easy to trade. But when you look at Esha now, here's your halt for Esha, 21.56, 22 on the open, potentially. All right, guys. There's DJT, CIFR, Cypher. Let's take a look at Cypher. What's happening with this one? So Cypher is on the move here. The next high looking left is 1528. For me, it's too close. Too close. Man, and this one got halted on the way up. AFJK got halted on the way up. If you can believe it. And look at this one now. So here's your halt price, 117.48. Potential open 122. Amazing. And it's all about the float, guys. Look at the float here for ESHA, ESHA, 1 million in the float. It has already traded 3,200 times normal up to this time of the day. Now that this number is pretty skewed at the beginning of the day. It's not going to be 30. Now it just opened. ESHA just opened. Actually, it opened. Yeah, actually, it opened underneath the hog price. ANGH giving it up, guys. ANGH giving it up right now. Wow. And there's the AFJK just opened higher. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Not a lot of volume yet. 163,000. That's it, which is 163 times normal. I'm sure the spread is, well, okay, I should. Here's your spread 117, 126. It's basically untradeable. Okay, what is the market doing? Here is your second bar. So, market had a nice little run from about five, call it well, 5:30 on, 5 o'clock on Eastern time this morning. Great run, but market opens and we're starting off with a red bar and another one. Any of you guys watching Pluribus? Hi, what is up, guys? A 10-minute halt for okay, INBS, a 10-minute halt. Yeah, normally they're 5-minute halts, but if it's not five, it'll be multiple five typically. So the next open could be around 9:41 plus 20 seconds. So still hanging in there though, with a price above the halt price of 638. Esha is right back, trying to get right back up. Okay, Vanda. Okay, there was news for Vanda, VNDA. Something about China, I believe. Trading higher for the company received its. Oh no, I'm sorry, it is not. Received FDA approval of Nereus for the prevention of vomiting induced by motion. There's a drug for everything, but also strong demand in China. That's what I saw. Strong demand in China. All right, guys. All right. Listen, guys. Is that halted? Okay, I got out just before the halt. Some. I was. I again, I'm getting a little more reckless. You know, certainly, I don't normally do this, but remember what I like to do. If it goes above the halt price, and that the halt price originally was, I don't know, 21.56, it got back over that halt price. I know it took a while, but I just have this feeling that this is, going to go crazy, and it has. Now the next open is 24, so I'm okay. But I did get some out. Yeah, I got out right at the halt price, just before it got halted. Still have some left, but so just hanging on to see what happens. All right, what else is happening? So the INBS, did it open? It opened. Interesting. It did not. Wow. It did resume. Didn't look like it. Well, that number can't be right. Obviously, it popped above the halt price, and it is soaring here. Somebody mentioned mints before. MNTS. MNTS. Momentous. This is moving well. The next high looking left, pretty close though, 693. Interesting day. So I'm going to go over the races. What time is it now? 9:42. So in about 20 minutes from now, 15 minutes from now, at around 10 o'clock, I'm going to go over my homepage, all the information you can get from my homepage, including the races, and anything else that I'm currently sharing. There are other things that you cannot see that I am sharing. So you can see that these are alpha type stocks, guys. They don't care what the market is doing. And the market's only down, a point, one. Well, I look at the SPY, okay? So the market's down basically 1 point. Not like it's collapsing or anything, but not like Uli. Holy smokes. Is Uli doing a financing? Take a look at Uli right now. ULY. A big day yesterday. Big day yesterday, but look at this. It's almost like they're announcing a financing. Not saying it, I'm not saying they are. Wow. All right, men's. Go, men's, go. It's gonna be the new me. Yeah, there's a part of me that might take some off at 5 if it gets there, okay, and then hold on to my the rest for the big move if it happens. So INBS continues holding 7 nicely. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1041. Weekly chart, it's getting very close. Very, very close. 750, okay, that is the next 725. So if you're in INBS right now, just be aware that the next high is 725 and 750 on a weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get stuck there, but those are the next highs looking left on a weekly chart for INBS. Who's your broker, Faith? IB let me buy it, no problem. Wow, it's over 5 now. Charles, is that the name of your broker? I'm kind of kidding. I don't know. Oh, you mean Charles Schwab? Yeah, Esha's open. So okay, okay. I took everything off now of the Esha. I still am going to be interested, maybe if it gets over the later on. Where is it? I put a price alert at the high of the day in case it takes it out later on. All right, guys. Wolf is a gap up and reversal play. Boy, look at the market. Market is now. I put in. I don't know if there's any economic indicators. I thought there was jobs, something with jobs or what did I see here? Jobless claims, initial jobless claims at 8:30, continuing jobless claims at 8:30. So, but that was at 8:30. That topped the market. It looked like. Ah, much less chance of a rate cut. Okay. Let me look back. Am I getting out of Esha? Uh, it's hard though, these things with those low floats. Well, you just have to look at a weekly chart, Burks. Looks asking me where am I seeing these next highs on weekly charts? You have a weekly chart up. You just look left, see where the next high is. So, for instance, we look at INBS, right? So look at it. Can you see what I'm pointing at? Here's a weekly chart right here. So you can see the high 2 weeks ago was 725. The week before that was 750. The week before that was 760. So, you're in an area right now where those three weekly highs, in theory, could be a bit of a struggle to get through. But you need to have a weekly chart up, obviously, and you just look at the top of the candle. But I can see right at the top when I hover over the candle or over the bar at the very top when I leave, you can see where the high is. So you see 725 is the high of the week. Okay, and those highs didn't stop it at all. Now I just point them out. That doesn't mean they're going to be stopped, but so far powered right through. So now when you look left, the next high is 835. Now I'm glad I'm out of the ESHA. Give me one moment, please. Well, man, oh man, INVS, this was on a gap up and go. I mean, it looked like it, I thought it might stall, but nope, 736, 798 now. And I think it's probably, no, it's not halted. Now, this is halted on the way down. So, yes, I'm very glad I got out. Left a little money on the table, but and now INVS is halted again. I mean, this is the news, okay? I mean, it's whether we think this, is it justified that it's moving like this? No, but this is the news. Trading higher after the company announced a strategic manufacturing partnership with Firma Yohari MedTech to support and scale the production of its intelligent fingerprinting drug screening reader. So that's the news on it, and that's with less than a million in the float. That's all it's taking. What I meant to say is that's all it took for this to move like this. So I have taken some of the men's off, just around a little over the 5 mark, guys. Okay, I know I said I was going to take some off if it got to 5, so I've taken some off at the 5 mark. So now this is something I don't normally do, but I took it yesterday, sort of not quite before the market closed, just under 4. Oh, I didn't even read. Wasn't reading your comment. Yeah, court is inching its way. You're out, obviously, William. All right, guys. You know what? It's 9:53. I think as I'm not in anything new until in the men's, of course, but I really don't know. I mean, obviously, the volume is down. I always have to hedge what I say, Monica, because I mean, with trade ideas, we can find all the stocks that are really moving. It doesn't matter whether, in theory, it's supposed to be a slow day or because of the last day of the year or holidays. I mean, we can always find with trade ideas the stocks that are really moving. But if you're looking at, if you're looking at volumes of the large cap stocks, probably they're down. But I really don't know. All I know is we can find the stocks that are moving, regardless of whether the overall market. If you go on TV or you look at some guys talking about the market, how terrible it is in terms of volume. Do we care? Not really. But let's take a look at the SPY volume. Just, I mean, it's so early. It's only half an hour in. So yesterday's volume was 47 million. And what are we at now? We're at 7 million now, half an hour in, 7.5. So, based on that, if you extrapolated, it would be probably more. That's weird. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I had a sound alert coming at me. I couldn't figure out where it was coming. Okay, guys, I will now go over my homepage and all the information you can find, including the races and other things that I'm sharing. Look at INBS. Never got it. Never got it. Actually, it opened, but actually it halted, but now it opened on the way down. Okay, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So we have two, we have two plans. Okay, well, not two plans, but two different promo codes. So you can get 28% off an premium annual subscription. Okay, so please listen carefully. Off a premium annual subscription. Otherwise, you can get 25% off the two, a standard monthly, a premium monthly, or a standard annual. You can get the big one would be 28% off a premium annual. But if you're going to do this, you better know the product. Okay, you don't want to take an annual subscription if you don't know the product either, even if it's standard. You can always start off monthly, and if you want to upgrade, the only reason to take on an annual, of course, is that your per month cost is less, but you've got to come up with the money up front. Okay. So all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It really helps to keep these rooms free. YouTube by moderator YouTube room. For those of you on YouTube, there's another room called the trading room. It's free also. Just a lot more activity or interaction amongst traders in the trading room. Okay, you can stay in YouTube if you want. A friend in Mont Tremblant ski resort outside of Montreal is listening to me on his phone. So I mean, if you just want to listen and maybe see the screen, that's fine. But if you do want more action, come into the trading room. It's free. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing to do is go to the education section on my homepage, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. Getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory that you do this. Okay. Hmm. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, is this good? Is this something I might want to try? Start off with that second video and go to the end. That would be 11 videos for you, and that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. If you try, you can always unsubscribe if you don't like it. Okay, so start off with that second video and go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether it's the type of program you might want to try. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them. If you're new to trading, all free. And you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to take a look at these. Next, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, before we get to this area called the custom scans, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. Excuse me, it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? But it is free. You get an email, it'll outline the idea behind it, suggested entry, suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. They're designed for longer term holds, but again, how and if you trade it is completely up to you. So, looking for my races and all. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, here it is, middle section. Here is what I'm currently sharing. Okay. So the large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, which is just a wide open race. In other words, there's no market cap minimum or float minimum, wide open. Okay. That's why you will see stocks in this race that have some pretty lofty, sometimes some pretty lofty percentage increases. 5% right there. You'll rarely see something like that here just because these are large cap stocks. Okay. And I'm going to go over the concept of the races in a lot more detail. But I am sharing other, as you can see, the halts resumes is down here. I call this more information. I mean, it's a scan, but it's more information, just showing you when stocks are halted and then when they were come out of the halt on the resumption. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Okay. I have some other scans that I do have this one up and running, the gap continuation or reversal scan on my other monitor. I don't have these up though, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, nor the FA combo scan, nor the momentum scan. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. I just, why don't I have them up and running? It would be way too much. So I had to, make a decision. What do I really want to see? Yeah, it doesn't mean that, 2 weeks from now, I might get tired of one of these. I might maybe open the momentum scan again. But right now, what you see basically is what I'm looking at, okay? And the other one is the gap continuation or reversal. And look at that reversal for court. Not a reversal, it is a gap down and go. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I happen to be busy doing something else, I'll let you know. But hopefully I can answer questions. If I cannot answer a question, for instance, accounting questions I cannot answer, but I can direct you to people who can. And if it's a trade ideas question about, can you do this or that, maybe like Brokerage Plus, I'm just not an expert on that. I can usually direct you to somebody at Trade Ideas who can. Okay. You too, Ozzy. Happy New Year to yourself. Nice to have you. You're a new addition to the room this year, anyway. It's always nice to see new people. Where does court bounce again? Well, 33 is the next low on the monthly chart. I'm not saying that's where it's going to happen, but there's a low 33.34. Okay, that was the low in September of 2024. That was the low. So, I mean, I never thought it would get down that low, but you never know. It might. All right, guys. So let me go over this race and why I think it's. First of all, I think it's a great idea for people who are new to the platform, not necessarily new to trading, but new to the platform. Okay, because what you can see right here, there eventually will be a top 10 list built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Right now, there's 7 here, and there's 5 here. Okay, but eventually there will be 10 stocks in here, and that gives you some focus. You can just concentrate on those stocks, if that's what you want to do. Now, right, before I keep going, So again, if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit, get down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here, user guide. Now, you don't get overwhelmed by this. I just want to point out one section of the user guide of TI stock racing because I'm going to go over these races in some detail. But here's how this is all about TI stock racing, how you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters, etc. Okay, so here's your guide. I don't expect when I go over all this, I don't expect people to remember everything, but here's your guide. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, this is all customizable. You know, I'm running a 4-minute race. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 2-minute race, a 10-minute race? Go ahead. I'm running a 4-minute race. What does that mean, though? So usually takes 30 seconds for the race to get really running. So you'll see at 3:30, at half a minute in, you will see a stock at the top here. Here we go. So INBS, hard to see, but it's up 2.5% since the race started. Okay, that's what this means. That's what these refer to. These percentages that you see, you know, I can't see the AXT is going to get, or sorry, this race will get going again at. But this is what it refers to. Okay, 2.5% since the race started. So when the race is over, there'll be a winner, like any other race. And if INBS wins this race, I mean, it's still early enough, but if it does, you can see it's already that number beside INBS means it has won 2 races before. So if it maintains its lead, that 2 will change to 3. And that's how, but if a new stock comes in that's not here, it'll be in the 8th position. Okay, and that's how the list gets built over the course of the day. The stocks that win the most races will create a top 10 list. Now, few things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over. Look at this INBS now, 12.8%. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on it. If you see something at the very top, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up for you. These are not just stocks that are near the high of the day. These could be stocks, I mean, not in this case, but these could have all, I'll tell you right now. Uli, it would be one. It's up 7.8%, but you can see what it did. It pulled back and now it's starting to move again. So this is actually, you know, you can use the stocks that you see here for potential pullback plays. Again, these stocks are not necessarily at the high of the day. It could have been a stock that pulled back and then is starting to move. So that's what I would do. I would start clicking on, you know, any symbol you see in here, just click on it, see what's happening. Any symbol that has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. Now, why are these stocks showing up? Has to be a question if you're not used to this. All races start from a top list window. If I right click on this race, notice there's an option that says open top list. I'm going to open the top list. Remember when I showed you this before the market opened, it were only a few stocks at the top. And now we've got a big list of stocks. Okay. Actually, it's usually a lot more, but you know, it all depends. Stocks have to meet the filter requirements. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, this is what I'm looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and 500,000 shares are traded and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So right now, these are the only stocks meeting the requirements. Usually this list is full, but you know, today on the day today, this is it so far. Doesn't mean this list can't expand later on or decrease. You know, if a stock, see right there, 2.3% at the very low, but if this stock all of a sudden dropped and got underneath 2%, you know, the list would. But the bottom line is the list is dynamic all day long. Okay. So as I'm explaining all this, hopefully it's starting to clue in to anybody listening to this. You can create your own list of stocks based on your own set of parameters. This happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you want to see. For instance, you might want a different price range. You might want different volume. You may want to add in a filter that you like. Okay, go ahead. This is what I like to see. Okay. Now, before we had racing, the typical use of the top list window, and you can still use a top list window for this, is you can sort on any column header you have up here, and this one is 2%. That's a change from yesterday's close. Okay. So if you double left click on any column header you have, you can sort on it. So that's what I've done here. So you can see that INBS is up 114% since from yesterday's close, ANGH 59%, etc. Okay. So, if you wanted to see the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes, as long as you have the column header, a change in 5 minutes as a column header, you can sort on it. Show me the stocks that are down the most from yesterday. So this is what a top list can do. It basically ranks. But what the race does is, first of all, it doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. Okay, all it cares about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most since the race started, percentage wise. Okay. I mean, a lot of the times you're going to see the ones near the top because people are so interested in them. They could have pulled back and then they're starting to move, but there could be some stock down here. There's DJT. Okay, it's up 3.7%. What if it gets running again? What if all of a sudden it's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%? Okay, this is you could maybe in this list of stocks. What if this list was huge? How are you going to see a stock that's moving in this list of stocks? Well, that's what the race does for you. It just looks at this list. It has no bias where it is, near the top of the list or bottom of the list. All it cares about is what's moving the most, percentage wise. Okay. Well, an alert window is an event. Okay, an alert window is an event. With say these filters in place, a top list window is as I say can rank stocks for you. Show me the stocks that are up the most today, the down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes. Whereas an alert window is you'll take a set of filters and then assign a trigger to it. Okay, so for instance, if I said in here, if I said okay, take these filters, stocks where the price is between $1 and $50, volume is 500,000 shares, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Take these stocks, and then I assigned a real-time alert. Say, if if a stock meets all these requirements and it makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Okay, that's the difference. You know, the alert windows are what we call events. So you create the event with your filters, and then you assign whatever your trigger is. New high of the day, new low of the day, new 5 minute high, new 5 minute low. Okay, that's the difference between a top list and an alert window. Not so much what the races are; it's just the difference between a top. Again, people, and that's this is an example of. Well, I have to get rid of this, but this is an example of an alert window. Okay, it's a multi-strategy, but these are all. So every time, so what's happening here is that INBS at 1014 just made another new high, based at and satisfied all the filters. That is an alert window, real-time alerting. But sometimes people just want to say, show me the stocks that are up the most today. I don't care if it's making a new high for the day. Just show me the stocks that are up the most today. That's what a top list window will do. So creating a again, so you would always start. So if you create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, then when you right click, launch real-time stock race. Okay, and that's why you see these stocks here. Okay, so I mean, yeah, these are stocks that are running. It doesn't matter. Again, they could be making new highs of the day, or they could be somewhere in the middle of the day's range. But they're moving. They're moving. Now, the difference between this race, the large cap race, and this race is this. I open the top list. Look at this. There's only one stock that meets the filter requirements right now. And that's a little abnormal. Normally, you'll get a few, but doesn't mean that this is going to be the only stock for the day. Okay. I mean, it's this is, again, it's the dynamically changing. But the reason why there's so few right now is that it's not so much this, but the prices between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares traded minimum, 2% from yesterday's close. This is really preventing a lot of stocks. It's got to be near the high of the day. Okay, this is the daily range. Wow. Okay, but also market cap. I have, it has to be at least a half a billion market cap and a minimum float of 50 million. None of that is in here. That's why, this is wide open. I call this a wide open race. This has some restrictions. So you could take this. If you want to run it, great. But you could also, I mean, make some changes. Maybe you don't want this price range, or you want a larger market cap, 1 billion. Completely up to you. You can also create a list of stocks, like what we call a symbol list or a watch list, that you can attach to your top list and run a race based on that. Okay. Well, look at Esha now. See how that now has changed? I mean, CYTK just, but usually, when we get into earnings season, we'll see a lot more stocks in here. But you're never going to see as many as in this race because this is wide open. But notice it still does create a watch list for you. The same thing, click. AXTI has won 3 races. Maybe it's going to win this. It's the only one in the race, so it's possible it's going to win this race too. Click on it, see what's happening. This race is again, it's not going to be as volatile as these stocks that are in here, where look at Esha, up, down, up, down, up, down. So if I were new to trading, I'd probably maybe concentrate on something like this to begin. If you're new to trading, but now Esha, boy. I think Obi retired, right? I hope he did. He said he was sick as his dog this morning, so I hope Obi retired for the day. I'm going to ask him about if anybody can maybe do some sleuthing here to see whether or not ESHA. Now these are blank check companies, okay? So what we call SPACs. Typically, they're formed in order to when they're formed, and this was formed I don't know how long ago, but looks like it was formed a while ago. And the idea behind them is that they go out and they look for a stock. Usually, it's a private company, not trading, to merge with, to take public. Okay, it's sort of an easier way to go public. It was a phenomena that I want to say Virgin or something like that was one of the very first ones, one of the big ones anyway. But in 2018 and 19, there was an explosion of these SPACs. And it was an easier way to go public. So if you're a private company, you want to go public, well, you've got to. I mean, it was a safeguard for investors to a certain extent, but anyway, the SPACs were designed and to go and look, and then when they decided who they were going to go public with or merge with, then that announcement would happen. And typically, what was happening is that when it was a hot, they'd go after something in a hot sector. So, when EVs were hot or crypto was hot or some sector that was hot, maybe a bio of some sort, something that was hot to create the interest. But then they died. They really died for, I'd say, if Obi were here, or somebody else, I'd say they died for at least 2 years. You just didn't see any action on them. But I'd say in the last couple of months, they've become great trading vehicles. But what I'm really getting at is normally for a stock like this, well, this SPAC, it usually means they've come out with an announcement saying we are going to merge. This is the company we're taking public, and get some excitement, and that's why they move. I just don't see any of that. And typically, they're very low floats. So NCL must be under $1, right, Steve? Because I don't have it here at all. How's the AFK doing now? See, now it's having the big drop. AFJK having the big drop. NCL. Let's take a look at NCL. Must be under $1. Yeah. Oh, good for you. I'm glad you made money. I have not traded a stock under $1 in a decade. So let me know how it worked for you, CGR, when you say you're going to try creating a stock. Right? You can take mine, of course, and just make adjustments. Well, this is basically a low float. I mean, it's technically it's not a low float race, okay? But I mean, if a stock is going to be up, 1.8%, well, this is not that big. Typically, they're low floats, okay? Because that's the only way you can get big percentage moves, stock moving up the list, usually, okay? So I mean, you can if you want. I mean, you could take this list, okay? Yeah, you could take this list. So if if you take this one and then open the top list, okay, and you if you want to, then you can add the float. Right click, configure, click on the search, type in float, and here's the float shares. Okay, here's the icon for it. Highlight it, add the filter. So if you wanted to, I mean, you could say a maximum float of 10 million or whatever you want. More than likely, most of these stocks are going to be low floats anyway, just by the nature of only showing stocks moving the most. But you want to add it, go ahead. And once you do that, then you right click and launch the race. So the question is in the main room, do I review my trades at the end of each day, try to refine what went well and what didn't? Thanks, and have a great new year. Have a great new year also. How do I answer that? I mean, I've been trading for a long time, so I kind of have an idea. I always stick to my, you know, today is a little bit strange, okay, because normally I wouldn't do an ESHA, okay. Normally, I decided to take a bit of I call this bit of a lottery play, but typically, I mean, I'm always following my trading plan, okay. When I say I'm very selective about what I trade. Everything has I have a checklist. Everything has to get checked, and so I'm never getting into something that I, in theory, shouldn't have. Okay. Now, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Now, what you're saying is, I mean, if I'm following some kind of a checklist and I take 20 trades in a row and they don't work, okay, I might I might have to adjust my checklist. But my checklist has basically been really, I'm very, very simple. I just look left. So I mean, if I, the whole idea is that with trade ideas, if you're going to be an intraday trader, is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So I mean, everything I see here is trading abnormally. So I don't ever have to worry about that. And then when I say abnormally, volume wise, it's trading abnormally. So, I click on the symbol and then I look left. Does it have room for it to run? I mean, look, I didn't take this. I didn't take this one because I thought that 725 might block it. Obviously, in this case, it didn't. But does that mean, if you can see what I'm pointing at INBS on the weekly chart, okay? Does that mean that, you know what, I'm going to forget about looking left because this one really would have worked well for me? No. You know, there's going to be times where, so I wouldn't review this and go, maybe I shouldn't look left anymore. Does that make sense? But I rarely take anything that doesn't meet all my requirements. Okay. And the other thing that has really, really helped me a lot is TradeWave. Okay. TradeWave has really helped me a lot. Not so much today because I mean, I'm not in something that I would consider as more of a standard type of trade for me yet, anyway. But following the wave has really, really helped me a lot, keeping in trades way longer than I ever used to. I'm not saying, if I had been in INBS down here, for, if I got in right down here at say $5, okay, just before the market opened, and I'd be following this way. Now, the minute that happened, you see it in the wave, you see how it just penetrated the wave a little bit that far, I'd be taking some off, but I wouldn't take everything off. In the old days, which is, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 months ago, I would be out this probably not a huge amount right there because I'd be afraid that it's going to completely give it up. But now I am following, but if I had taken this down here, I'd still be in, I probably would have taken some off a little bit there too, but I'd still have a piece of this because, unless that wave turns orange, which, signifies maybe the trend is finally weakening, I'm going to keep in the trade. Now, admittedly, it's a lot harder on these more volatile stocks. Okay. Let's see if I can see one that's, see, this is not bad. I mean, it's not, the ideal way for me is something that's rather narrow. Talking about trade wave, 161, trade wave, part of the standard service. Okay. If you want to, anybody wants to know how to add it to your charts. The ideal way for me is something that's fairly narrow, okay, that doesn't have a big bulge here, it's sort of getting a little parabolic, and where the bars, the bottom of the bar is keeping in touch with the top of the wave. You see, this is getting a little parabolic right here. Okay, you see how that is getting a little parabolic. So why don't I like that? Because at this point, if I had been in getting in here as opposed to down here, I'd be thinking, ooh, I think people are going to look at this and probably start taking some profit. That's how I look at it anyway. So the way for me is not about seeing buy or sell flags. Okay, it's because I didn't see this buy flag down here, but if I say, look at the VWAP, if I had seen Zine XENE and it was just take and was at the VWAP right there, I could have taken maybe I could have taken that trade right there. It's not a matter of seeing the buy flag, nothing to do with it. If it happens to be a buy flag when I think I should take the trade, great. But no, so now though, then I follow the wave. I just follow it. I keep following it. Okay. So, Mike, I doubt if we're going to have a price increase, but what you can do is go to. I can't. I again, I can't answer a question like that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. I just don't have access to people's accounts. So in this particular info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, so if you go there, then people yeah, and just basically give them, tell them what just what you can probably copy and paste that. Give them your email address so they can look up your account, and somebody will tell you something okay, about what you might be able to do. All right. No, no, Z. Not, it's got again. If I happen to have seen the buy flag when I wanted to get in, sure. But no, it's got nothing to do with the buy or sell flag. Now, if I'm in this trade right here in Zine, and then I'd be waiting to see. And a lot of times, what I'll do, I'm on a 2 minute chart. I'll go to a 1 minute chart because it can change. The lower the time frame, we may start to see a change, but we still haven't seen a change. It's still blue. So I'd still be in that trade. Okay, some. No, 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 no. These are generated automatic. No, no, no. These are not nothing to do with my trades. No, they're generated automatically by the system. Ultimately, ultimately, it'll be great if we can create alerts like scans, and when you get a buy flag. So in other words, you create a scan, an alert window, and maybe and your trigger. You need a trigger. That would be the trigger when a buy flag hits or a sell flag. Okay, we can't do that now. Depends on the time frame you're looking at, Z. It really depends. I mean, on a 15-minute chart, you may never get a sell flag. Really depends on the time frame you're looking at. Now, you see how if I were in this INBS now at this point, you see how it's flattening out. Okay, it's flattening out. It may even not quite. There's just a little sliver of orange. You see how on a 1 minute chart you see a sell flag and a buy flag. On a 2 minute chart you don't. So it really depends on the time frame you're looking at. Okay. All right, guys. All right, let me take a look at some of these larger cap stocks. Riot. Let's see, what is so Bitcoin is basically flat right now, down $72, 87,000 and change. So Riot, so obviously we had a little pop there, and that's why I must have won a race or something on that little pop. Lunar's been a very active one. Let's take a look at Lunar. So you can see Lunar is on the move here. LUNR on the move. Would I take this now? No, because you see how it's gone parabolic. It's way, it's gone very parabolic. If it had been basing a little bit and touching the wave, the bottom of that candle still touching the wave and basing, there'd be a chance I would take that trade, but right now I won't take it. Oh, great. Glad to hear that, Derek. Yeah, I mean, there's no video. Well, I shouldn't say that. Okay, if you guys want to, I mean, the way I'm using the wave is just my own personal style, if you will. Over the last few months of checking to see how it's been working. Just keeping in the trade, just keeping in the trade for way longer than I ever used to. But you can also go if you click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. And if you click on the Ripster channel, Ripster Rippers, okay, this is what it's all based on. Now, what will happen is you should get a video that automatically pops up somewhere, okay? It is popped on my other monitor. If you don't see it, it may be hidden behind your channel, okay? But this video goes over, and it's how long? It's a little over 5 minutes. It goes over the concept of what it's kind of looking for, okay? And you can actually see there are some scans here. I don't look at them at all, but there are some scans here. Don't ask me what any of the, I've never ever looked at them. But if you're just looking for the concept of what the what the wave is all about, that video will explain it. And now I have remembered we're an hour into the market, so I have to keep remembering to do this. On this time, I'm going to click on New again from the toolbar. Click on Dot Channel Bar, because this is another way to use trade ideas for some of you. Okay, click on the Show More. These are all the theme-based channels that we've got. Click on the Show More, scroll down, and then Sector Status. Okay, Sector Status. Click on that, and I'll explain what you're seeing here. So what this is showing us, here are the sectors that we've got in this. There's silver, there's XLE is energy, OIH, gold, XLP is consumer staples, etc. So what that 64% in red, what does that mean? That means that 64% of the symbols in this list are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. So if you're looking for the weakest one here, then you go right to the bottom, and you can see that the semis are not having a great day, down 3.6%. Okay, that's the semis. And the best stock or the best silver is again probably coming back again. Energy. This is the best sector today in this list of sectors. Is it the entire list of sectors? No, but I mean it's a pretty good list. So you could look at that and go, okay, if I wanted to trade any silver play, it's probably not a bad idea. I've got the sector on my side. Okay, or if you want to trade SLV itself, fine. So that's one thing. The other thing is take a look at now we don't have charts for every one of these, but for instance, here's financials, okay? XLF, 80%. What does that mean? 80% of the stocks that make up this list that we've got for financials are down for the day. So you can see that FES, I mean, it's barely up. It's only up. But let's go all the way to the bottom and see what, here's Tro. It's only down 0.9%, but sometimes you'll see something that's down quite a bit. So had we looked at something like this, where most of the financial stocks were down and FDS had it been up like 4% or something, you might say, wow, this is really running counter to the sector. Check it out. Here's another one, consumer staples. Here's that LW, William. It's up 1%, not a big move, but let's see what the worst one is in this sector. MDLZ, I think it's Mondelez or something. Look at energy. You know what? This is wrong, guys. This is wrong, wrong, wrong. Ask them to make the change. That is stuck on yesterday. Should be live always. Sorry about that, guys. That is wrong, wrong, wrong. So I asked them to make that change. Okay, so now that's because I couldn't understand why XLE was at the top when virtually every stock is down for the day. Okay, so again, no, 100% of the sectors are down. So, okay, 100% of the sectors are down for the day. Silver is actually the worst. So forget what I was saying about silver being good. Silver is the worst performing sector in this list of sectors that we're monitoring. So if you want to play silver, you might want to go on the short side. Every single energy stock is down for the day. You know, what is the worst one? Well, at the top here, this is the worst one. Actually, I guess if it moved, sorry, the worst one is EQT. Let's take a look at healthcare. You know, healthcare. So MOH, for whatever reason, is up 3.2%, but 88% of the stocks that make up this list is down. But MOH, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it's got some news on its own. Okay, but it's running definitely counter to the sector. And let's take a look at the weakest one is UHS. You know, it's down 1.3%. So there's another way of, you know, if you're more of a sector player, you can take a look at something like this every single day. And that's maybe all you do. Okay. Oh, the show more. Yeah. I don't know why they did that. I mean, I know what you mean. The show more right down here. Honestly, don't know why they did that. I mean, you know, so what? You scroll. What's the difference? You just, at least you know you can scroll down and see the bottom of all the, if these are all theme-based channels. This is a channel that we added a little while ago. Let's see if I can find it. The ETFs, okay? ETFs for stocks, you know, two-time ETFs. So as you many of you know, of course, that this is a sort of a fairly recent phenomena where like NVDA and Tesla, et cetera, all the big ones, but so many stocks now have an ETF just for them. And so, and these are the two timers. All right, guys, 10:44. So I gotta see who is going to. It won't be Dan today doing his normal Wednesday, but I know he's not going to do it today. So I just got to find out who is going to be actually doing it today when I take my break at noon Eastern. Andy might be listening to me because he's just telling me. I don't think I'm sure Dan well, he can't hear me. It's just a text, but pretty sure Dan is not gonna be doing it today, so ah, so there's not gonna be a live stream today, guys. No live stream today at all. Nobody, okay? So when I take my break, maybe I wanna take about a half an hour break, okay, or 45 minutes. Not go there's not gonna be a live stream at all by anybody at Trade Ideas. So when I take my break, nobody's gonna take over the YouTube feed. No Dan today, no. All right, guys, what time is it now? So, well, 10:46, so another hour and 15 minutes for me when I take my break. And I would anticipate in the afternoon, it's gonna really, really dry up. This doesn't feel like New Year's Eve. Ugly action in the SPY now, guys. Ever since that we had a beautiful run from about 5 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. We had a beautiful run for 4 hours. We had a 4-hour run. Then the market had to open. And then when the market opened at 9:30, it's been, steadily down. I'm fine, how are you? 159. Yeah, I certainly can do that. So on my homepage, okay, just click on my homepage link. So 2 promo codes, okay? Now, don't do this, the Barry 28, if you know you want the premium annual subscription, fine, okay? But if you're just starting out, I don't know if you're, just starting out with Trade Ideas, I would go month to month. I would go month to month to start, or even in the first month. You can always get an annual later if you want to. But so you can get 28% off the premium annual, but that's the big one. You can get 25% off a standard annual or 25% off the first month of either standard or premium. Okay. Just using these codes. Not 24 hours a day. No, we start getting our data at 4 in the morning Eastern time. 4 in the morning Eastern time. I mean, I know what you're talking about. I mean, eventually, when the all the markets go 24 hours, but we're not quite there yet. But 4 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, and I think we go to 8 p.m. I want to say from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're in North America, that's fine. But where it's going to help people outside of North America, Europe, Australia, it's going to really help people. I guess when it goes 24 hours a day. But look at this court, guys. What did I say? Was 33.31 was the low, the monthly low. Boy, this did not act like rare. I mean, rare at least had a few little pops, but when it had its big downturn, Yeah, but William, follow the wave. See, in all seriousness, this is a beautiful wave formation, in my opinion. See how narrow it is? See how the bars are keeping in touch with the bottom of the wave? You're right. You're right. It did have that. You're talking right here. Yeah, I did have that little move here. Even there, though, interesting, isn't it? I mean, if you'd been short court from say $42 and you're following the wave down, 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 of course you would have taken some off here. Okay, but not everything. Not everything. I mean, never turn blue, and then you're just still in it, in it, in it. Maybe some more off here, maybe just following the wave. Boy, this continues, showing up in the gap continuation or reversal scan. You'll add 3324. Okay. All right, guys. See what else is happening. So SUUN. Now, the other thing, if you're running a race, okay, once you start getting used to looking at the data, like the stocks that are in the race, eventually you're going to say, "Oh, I haven't seen that one before." It obviously didn't win a race, like THM as an example, and because you will see sort of the usual suspects all day long. Because you can see like an INBS has won six races, Ash has won three, etc. There are some days in which you'll see a stock that's won like 20 or 30 races. It's not necessarily normal, but you will see stocks like a stock that has won 20 or 30 races sometimes. So if you see something you haven't seen at all, as you start getting used to looking at the list, click on it because that means maybe something is starting to happen with it. So here's an example of something that Oris, where it's not here now, but it was near the top here, only because see, it's not near the high of the day at all, but it was trying to maybe come off the bottom a bit. You know what? I mean, I got to look at this court again and see. I know you want to add at 33 something or other, 3324. So go back to my monthly chart. So there's that low at 33.34 right there, that monthly low. The month before that, it was 32.33, not that far away, about a dollar away. A month before that, though, down to 29. So wow, wasn't it just yesterday that Y2K happened, Monica? Yeah, you too, Monica. You've been a great addition to the room also this year. Yeah, the world was going to end. Nobody's. Well, what CEO? I can't remember. A CEO of some airline said, "I'm getting on the plane." And it falls out of the sky. So be it. Wow, William, boy, you're. I know how you trade. I know you're. You're vatted now. I wish you well. Now all the compute. Well, yeah, everything. The grid. We're gonna go dark. Excellent. Great. 159. Thank you. Appreciate that. TE. This has been an active one in the past. Let's take a look at TE just over the whole number and see what it's doing. It's too bad. It's a little parabolic. Let's see if it bases a little bit over the whole number. The next high looking is right at that next high looking left. Next high looking left is 739, maybe a little too close. INBS. And now, yeah, this is not, you know what? I think, Dwayne, you said there were shorts available earlier, right? In Interactive Broker, but no shorts right now. No shorts readily available for INBS right now at Interactive Brokers. Because you would think that at some point, they're going to get a mini collapse here, but they're gone. Ugh, we're to 33 now. Hold 33 for William. Now, I'd be watching for 100% to see if eventually this orange, first of all, see if it flattens a bit and then starts to curl up. And maybe. Oh, okay. You want it to break. Okay. Excuse me. I thought I was helping you. Let me see on a 1 minute chart. Maybe you're getting a little bit of blue on the 1 minute. Nope. Still orange. I'm surprised this is a large cap stock, MNMD. Well, I guess if you multiply, that's the float, but the shares outstanding by the current price has to be at least half a billion. So interesting. Mind medicine, but look left, too close for me. Yeah, A&G, you're right. Somebody was talking about ANGH. It didn't even win a race. So that means I have to type it in, unless it did it ever get halted? Well, there it is. It just popped to the top here. See how that happened? It went right to the top and on that move. You see, that's how the race can work for you. And good volume, 640,000 shares. You can see there's a what I always look for is if I'm looking at a 2-minute chart, what I want to see is a volume bar that is distinct. I mean, look at all the previous volume bars. Then you go back to the beginning of the day. See how the volume dwindled, and all of a sudden, boom, a little bit of volume coming in. Well, most of the time, unless it's some kind of a pullback play, but most of the time, of course, I'm seeing stocks near the high of the day, CGR. So then I'm looking at the daily chart. Number one, see, on the daily chart, I can't see anything for ANGH. So then I look on the weekly chart, can't see anything. Then I go to the monthly chart. Now, this is a bit of a strange one because I'm sure we're going to see some price that's crazy. Maybe not. But so if I look left and I don't see anything on the daily chart, obviously I could keep scrolling back and back and back. I would see something, but I usually not lazy, but I just go to the weekly chart and see if I can see something quickly looking left. So it's not so much intraday. Now, if I were trading, it's I don't really look at intraday so much as maybe the VWAP. If I'm playing some kind of a pullback, I'll look and see what it's doing at the VWAP. But most of the things I see are near the high or the low of the day, especially if I'm looking well, obviously, these are all going to be at the time of the alert. They're all going to be at the low of the day or the high of the day, depending on the color. Well, good for you, William, because it's obviously working for you now, 33.52. But I'm not a big pullback player. I mean, it's not, it's just not my thing, really. Now, let's see if court actually changed. Not quite. I wonder on a 1-minute chart if you've got a little blue sliver. Well, you get a little buy flag there. Okay. You do have a little buy flag there, which means, obviously you can see the trend is starting to change a bit. And great trade. 33.51 average. Well, it's above your average now. So great trade, William. But you can see again, depends on the time frame. There's no buy flag on the 2-minute. Doesn't mean you can't take the trade, okay? But it depends on the time frame that you're looking at. If I had a 15-minute chart, my guess is that it would never turn blue. Okay, but look how see that's what I don't like, how wide it is. So I don't use the 15-minute. And my guess is that it would take a lot for that to turn blue. Well, you got there for sure. Nice trade, really nice trade. Right, way to find the bottom for a while anyway. So, guys, listen. Depending on what the action is in the afternoon, I may not make it to 2 o'clock. William, are you really going to keep this room open after I leave? Yes. Okay. So even if I leave, well, not if, when I leave, William is going to keep the room open. Now, I think Obi is gone. Okay. I think I read post he says he got sort of a nasty flu or something. So just in case, I don't know what what you're going to be doing Friday morning, William, but it's possible if Obi is still feeling way under the weather, I can't expect him to open the room. Well, that's turning into an awesome trade. I hope you didn't get it in everything just because it hit 34. See now, look at it. See now, you're getting a buy flag on the 2 minute. Now, if a person is in this one, the next thing to be aware of is the VWAP. Okay, 36. The VWAP on my chart is around $36. Call it $36. Okay, so that could act as resistance on the way up. That's a beauty, though. That's a $2 move for you. Well, you saying you took it all off at 34. What's wrong with you? Follow the wave. The wave, look, I talk about the wave a lot. The wave is just for me, it's just a nice visual presentation. Okay. I mean, you don't need the wave to see that the stock is doing this, but it just is a nice visual presentation. I saw that you took that one earlier too, Trading Ram. I saw your post. Boy, this is really bouncing. I mean, now this is so interesting. What will it do with the VWAP? The VWAP is on my chart here is around 36. Okay, so around $36. Called the VWAP area. Some of you may have it, a little different, but that should be the area. So interesting to see if that actually stalls it, acts as resistance on the way up. Okay, guys. Well, you can see that maybe that VWAP is going to stall it. You're looking at court right now. That VWAP right there around $36. What did it get up to? Got up to 35.55. So within about 40 cents or so, 45 cents of the VWAP area, and that might be enough to stall it. William, you mentioned Nike earlier about somebody, the CEO or somebody buying a bunch of Nike. I mean, look at the room Nike's got. I mean, Nike had a disastrous earnings day. So the high right there is around $67. Give me a moment, guys. Right back. So it looked like that bounce for ANGH, short-lived so far anyway, short-lived. Ah, so you don't trust Kramer. Okay, guys. Now here's this other SPAC. Okay, ALCY. Why did I put a price alert there? I put a price alert there. I wanted to see if it was going to get close to that high right here. So this is another SPAC. Okay, and it is moving. However, look at the spread. Yeah, terrible. 1365. Well, at one point it was 1365, 1410. So the spread is not conducive right now for me to take this trade, even if I wanted to. But I mean, this is one of those SPACs, and here's what I'm talking about there. I mean, it's tightening up. I mean, if this stock moves $6, this won't matter. Okay. Now I see how it's tightened up, but watch. Let's see if this just sort of tightens up for a second, getting people into at 13.95, and then they drop the bid. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. But again, will this matter if it adds $2 or $3? No, just don't know it's going to do that. Also, let's take a look at the volume here. So Esha has like 5.4 million shares that's traded. ALCY. Yeah, see, look at the difference. I mean, there's a huge difference, and that's one of the reasons why you usually get a not a great spread. Only 339,000 shares are traded. Now, I do recall yesterday that AFJK hardly had any shares also, and it didn't matter. Here's another one. I mean, it's only 300,000 shares also. It's up 21%. But, yesterday when it had the big, well, how many shares did trade yesterday? Yeah, less than a million shares. I mean, and this went from, $46 the low up to 108. I mean, it's crazy. And only less than a million shares, but another low float, 4 million in the float. All right, guys. Let's take a look at INBS. Now, there's not necessarily a new high. It's just, yeah. See what happened? Here's a classic. So, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see what INBS did. It came into the VWAP area many times. Well, 2 minute chart, but even on a 5 minute chart, one, two, three, maybe even four times. So, 20 minutes, not quite 20 minutes. One, two, three, four, five, six times on the 2 minute chart into the VWAP. Well, I'm sure the volume's going to return next week. So it looks like that VWAP has stalled court. You see what's happened. See how the VWAP right there so far, it looks like it's stalled it. I mean, guys, I mean, this could turn into a resumption of the short underneath 35, especially if that. Let's see if it's turned on the 1 minute chart. Not almost, almost. You see, nice. See how it got parabolic right there on the 1 minute chart. You see how the wave widened. All right, guys, I'm interested in this one shorting it. I want to see how well it holds underneath 35. It's 34.85, 35 now. When I'm talking about that, I'm talking about the spread right now, 85.30, 85.99. It's starting to flatten out a bit. So it may be just a momentary blip on the way down. Teddy, I'm not a 10, 10. You're talking Steve, right? I mean, Steve loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So I don't use the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, but he loves it. So if you follow, I'm sure that's the reason why you're asking. I'm talking to Teddy in our YouTube room. I just don't do that. So, but I'm sure you're asking because that's what Steve likes to do. So if it meets his requirements, then yeah, why not? Notice I don't have a 15-minute chart, and if I brought one up, I don't have the 10 SMA, but I know he loves it. So I'm assuming what you mean is MU is coming on the 15-minute chart is coming into the NSMA, which might act as resistance. So you're looking to short it. Again, that there might be other reasons why Steve wouldn't do it, but it's nothing that I ever look at, and that doesn't mean it's bad to look at it, of course. Yeah, I had quite the drop. And it's another thing is I don't look at stocks that expensive. It doesn't, but I see what you're talking about. They had the big drop and a little move up, another drop. Looks like it's trying to base right now. I think it's sort of unknown. I'm looking at on a 5-minute chart, and Pepe also likes it. I mean, sorry, Andy also likes it. Okay. Wow, this is just a little struggle right here. It's flattening out. If I get a little move down, I'll probably take the short for a while. I mean, the low is down here. We $2 or so to the low, but it's really trying to hold 35. I can see this. It's really trying to hold 35. Briefly, it had 34.77 on the bid, but the ask was still, quite a bit higher. So I thought maybe that might drive it down a bit. Well, I'm just following the wave here, Teddy. Okay, I'm looking at that, and it looked like I had a rejection of the VWAP, and I'm looking to see. I mean, I might not short it. I mean, I'm just looking to see if we get a change in that back to orange from the blue wave. I'm going to put a price alert around 34.74. I mean, remember, it's a super weak stock still. I mean, for all the reasons. Yes, it's had a little bounce, but it's super weak based on the news. So that's all. Ugh, look at ALCY. Wow, I wish that spread. Well, what's the spread now? And the answer is, yeah, I mean, it's and look how parabolic it went. I mean, this just has that look. I mean, this says it's a lifetime high here. So this is a SPAC, so it does say it's a lifetime high for ALCY. Little alchemy. Okay. All right, guys. I am just really not interested in too much right now. I mean, I still have my eye on the court in case it gets down to the 70s. Might take the short there, put a stop at 35 and see what happens. Here's a new one, Kang, Cang. I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember, I do remember this month when it got up to almost 10 and then just, collapsed down to $1. Market, I'm closing early, but no, the market is full day, Teddy. Somebody asked, Teddy in the YouTube room asked if the market's closing early today, and the answer is no. Well, guys, I think my experiment, I didn't like the way men's was trading, so my experiment is over. I may get back into it, but I did okay. And I'm glad I took some off at the 5 level. But as I saw it starting to drift down, I was really hoping it would hold the 5 level. This is something I did yesterday near the end of the day. Mentioned that in the pre-market, but it's drifting right back down to 4. So I think I'm not going to hold it. I know I said I would, but so I mean, I may get back in it. It would have to get over 5 again, though. Well, 11:30, guys. So when I take my break in half an hour, nobody is coming into YouTube. Okay, so we're gonna have sort of dead air for well up to an hour. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's see now. Court. Let's see if it has any room to run down. Yeah, the spread is not great, but my guess on a 1 minute chart. Let's see if that turned orange. A little bit of orange. Uh, well, I'm just waiting to see. I think just I was hoping that little move down would really put a charge into it on the way down for a bit, maybe a dollar, but doesn't look like it's going to. So many people like William trying to pay a bounce. All right, guys. Well, it's getting really slow. I mean, I'm in the short of court, but I want to see if can get into maybe even the 50s. I'll probably just scalp it out if it does, depending on what it does, if it even gets there. 34.50. I'm talking about, of course. Whew, okay, guys. Well, this is what time is it now? 11:33. Only 3 minutes since I looked the last time. So I'm just sort of biding my time now. Time now. I think I'll just put myself on mute. I've got really nothing more to say right now, so I'll put myself on mute. If you have any questions, I'll come back on the mic. All right, so I'm muting myself now. Okay, guys, I said I'd be looking for the 50-cent mark or so. So I'm out some of the quart short. Gonna hold on to see if it has any more drifting down. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm going to do my video now. So I'm going to take off. What time is it now? About 12:58 or 11:58. So again, nobody will be in YouTube. So we're going to have dead air for about an hour. And I'm completely out now of the court. Wasn't bad. Little, it could, if it gets through 34.50 later, I may take a look at it and short it again. Okay, guys. So I'll mute myself now in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back for the home stretch. Boy, oh boy, look at that INBS. In my video on that, I was saying how many it had. I think I'd won about 10. It run about 10 races at the time. It's run six more, and yeah, new high of the day. Look at a monthly chart. The next high in a monthly chart is 1170, I think. Yeah, on a weekly chart. Let's see if I can see another high anywhere close. 1170 looks like that high, and the weekly and the monthly are the same. Of course, as you know, it blew through what I thought might be resistance around 740. So what a move! What a move! Low float. Look at the volume. It's still massive relative volume, 5,000 times normal. All that means is it doesn't really trade that much, or well, that represents trading 5,000 times normal up to this time of day, which it is 1 o'clock right now. And yeah, well, I'm glad I got out of the court. Boy, the court really had a bounce now. I know you're not in it anymore, William, but it really had a bounce. It had that big, big jump right there. Let me make sure. Okay, this is what we were looking at earlier to see whether or not it would what it would do at the VWAP, and it got into the VWAP. This is a 5 minute chart, and that's when I shorted it down here. Got out, and then yeah, tore through the VWAP like nothing. And let's see what else is happening. ANGH market is not closing early today. No. Oh, you might. Sorry, Teddy. You asked that a lot earlier. Okay, ugly looking ANGH. Look how choppy it is. Don't like that at all. I mean, there might be a fine. It might rip from here, but it's just not setting up the way I like it anyway. All right. Well, one last time for the year. Take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on it, including how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 28% off a premium annual subscription, and you can get 25% off a standard annual subscription or a premium monthly or standard monthly. Remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, you only get that discount the first month only. And all I ask again, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. It helps to keep the rooms free. The YouTube room I moderate, and also if you're in YouTube, the trading room. Okay, so the trading room is typically open at 6:45 Eastern time, and I open YouTube around 8:30. Get on the mic for both of them at 9. Why so late? For me, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why. Thank you, Obi. Of course, Obi's under the weather, so I don't know if he's going to be able to do it on Friday. He did it today. A trooper he is, a trooper. When I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stick around for questions, though. But after I leave, William, generally speaking, will keep the trading room open. I don't know what time today. Okay, I'll have to check. Okay, we might be a little short staffed today. I know Shantae is gone. We might be a little, and Kelly might be gone also. But I'll ask again. Okay, but you're right. It's not till April, so we have time. Okay. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So if you scroll down on my homepage, here you can sign up for the trade of the week. All right, so William is going to keep the room open till 3:45ish. So after I leave today, he'll keep the room open to 3:45ish. So William, listen, if you come in on Friday and the room's not open, obviously just open it. You don't have to remember, okay? You know, I'm not expecting you to if Obi can't do it. So whatever time, it'll definitely be earlier than whenever I could do it. So I mean that's all. So don't worry about it. Don't try to don't put an alarm. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it here. It is free. It is free. I don't think it expires today, but okay. Just give me a moment. You know what I have to do, Mike? Don't do it here, okay? I just want to give me your email address. Do not give it to me in this room. I'm going to private message you, okay? So just give me a moment. So I just private message you. Just give me your email address. Don't put it in the room. Don't put it in the room because I have to give them your. I mean, Mike doesn't help. I have to give them your email address so they can look up your account and figure out what they can do. Okay. Okay. Let me just copy that. Okay. Thank you. All right. I just pasted it to our Slack thread. Okay. So hopefully somebody will answer. All right. So where was I? So the trade of the week, you sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, if you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info. First thing you must do, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off with that second video and go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can try us for, try us for a month. You don't like it, just tell us. There's no commitment. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos. There are 15 of them right here. Okay, if you are new to trading, and if you're looking for my scans or my informations, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. So here are the two races that I'm displaying. The large cap gainers are right here. This is the wide open race. Biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. And I do have the gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have it on my other monitor. It's the only other one I'm using. I'm not using the momentum scan or the Pepe combo scan or the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. But of course, you can take a look at these. Doesn't mean I won't be using these ever again. Just means this is what I'm using right now. Okay. Boy, INBS looks like it's going to make another new high here. It's sort of a red bar. Well, there's a red bar ignored on the 2 minute chart for ANGH. But I was looking at the other one, INBS. Mints now, I saw this Mints, this is Momentum or something, Momentous in Corp. I saw this one, but this was more, this has actually had a pretty steep pullback. Hmm. Taylor says, did not see an email from you. Okay. Now, it's possible sometimes you've had problems, Mike. Sometimes we've had problems with people sending us emails and it goes right into spam or something. So, but Chris says it's not in the spam boxes either. Maybe resend it right now, okay? Because they're definitely looking for it. Nothing with that. That for sure. That's the email account, right? That you use to sign up. Okay. And maybe just send it again. Copy it, paste it, or just resend it. I'll tell them that you are resending it. Okay. You've got 4 people waiting. You're pretty special there, Mike. Yeah, it says last email I saw from you with that address was November 26th. But resend it and let's hope maybe it went into the great beyond. Anyway, this is what I wanted to show you. On a 5 minute chart, this is almost a red bar ignored. You know what? It's funny. Yeah, because I'm using different colors here. It doesn't look like it, but on a candlestick, that would be a red bar right there. And then that would be green, and that would be green. Interesting. The bars are different, a little bit different. Yeah, interesting. That's almost a red bar ignored, almost. But I like my bars. And yes, William, while you were, I saw that GVH did a financing mid market, and that caused a big, big drop down. Well, I know I said earlier it's not often that a stock wins 20 or 30 races, but it looks like IMBS is going to probably at least win 20 races today. Still have a long, and it's you got to pay attention. I mean to the stocks that are winning lots of races over and over again. Again, doesn't mean that they're at the high of the day. It could have been a pullback, but these are obviously super active all day long. Trader of the year, I nominate They Them Trades. January 26th is coming. I think that you are the trader of the year. How's that? Are you emailing at info? Okay, let's make sure you've got the right address, Mike. Okay, maybe that's it because they're saying they still won't see anything for you from you. Info at trade hyphen ideas.com. Okay, maybe you're not sending it to the right email address. It's info at trade hyphen ideas.com. Did you forget the hyphen perhaps or hmm? Oops, I'm sorry. I put two eyes there. Info at trade hyphen ideas.com. Hope I didn't put a double I before. I don't think I did, but info. Oh gosh, guys, I need a break. I typed trade wrong. Info. Thing is, you can't. This is not a link to click on. This is okay. Info at trade hyphen ideas.com. Well, it's funny. I mean, I see all the emails that come in to that address, even if they don't have to be addressed to myself. It's that goes into the general email and unassigned. Yeah, I don't see anything. Okay, well, he just sent, or somebody just sent you an email. Okay, you should get an email from Taylor Williams. Okay, Mike. Okay, well, now that's the most I can do. Okay, I have no control over what accounting does in that regard. Okay, so I don't know what they do when it comes to what you're asking for. Maybe they extend your subscription. I don't know. Well, there's not much else going on, so that's okay, Mike. Glad to help. Well, Mans, I wonder, should I get back? What's the volume like? I know I said I was going to hold this, a big lotto play, but it actually surprised me when I got up to five fairly easily. So on Friday is a possibility that I'll be late anyway. Okay. I may not get on the mic at 6. It might be more like 7. So just to let you guys know, it's a full day. All right, you're talking about Uli, Uly. There, well, it run 3 races earlier today. Hmm. Well, you know what it was going to have to happen. INBS, let's see, monster, yeah, pretty monsterish on the 2 and the 5. However, still Unbelievably, it is still a blue wave. My guess, if I get to a 1 minute chart, you're going to see an orange. I don't see an orange. Don't even see a sell flag yet. Interesting. Now, does that mean if you were in this from here that you wouldn't take some off here? You better take some off if you're there's a sell flag showing up. So that candle had to close. Okay, that bar had to close before the sell flag would show up. I guess. But you know what? I mean, it's still not. I don't know. I mean, it's still not completely collapsing. I think if it held 1051, the bottom of that 2 minute candle, right here on the 5 minute chart, a couple of lows around 1050. It holds that, and no shorts available. Yeah, no shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. Am I sharing my screen? I am. RR, yes. As long as well, I am. Make sure others can see it. Okay, so it's on your NRR. Maybe can you hear me? If you can hear me, you might have to change browsers or do a refresh or something. Haven't had any. You're the first person to. No, could be others out there, but you're the first person to mention that today. And pretty stable today. Well, CYBN actually was a gap down and go from the gap scanner. It's a gap down and go, but it actually it didn't. I don't think it made a new low after I got the alert, and then it sort of has not sort of, but it has rebounded with 40 cents. Yeah, see, this is not necessarily over. The INBS still blue, and it's actually trying to curve up a little bit. I am surprised because there were shorts available early at Interactive Brokers, but they're not available anymore. I'm just so surprised they haven't been covered. I mean, what are people waiting for? And they were early. They were available early. When the stock was quite a bit lower than it is today or right now. Well, they're still hanging on. That's to me, that's the crazy thing, though, Barry. Still hanging on. And that's only Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for them. And there were, I don't know. I think there might have been. How many were there? Dwayne, do you remember? I think there might have been about were there 70,000 or 40,000, something like that. There weren't like a ton of shorts. And that was in the pre-market. Oops, I think that was a sorry about that. A little yawn into the mic. Well, guys, 125. I may leave a little earlier even than 2 today. If I don't get any questions, I'm probably going to leave a little earlier. Always stick around for questions, but I think most people are just hacking it in. 1040 for a bounce. Right, the low. Okay, you're talking about right around here. Well, I mean, it's still strong. It did never turned orange. I'm not saying it's going, but it's it's sort of basing right now a little bit of accumulation or consolidation. All right, let's take a look at our SPY volume now and see if it's anywhere going to get anywhere close to yesterday. So we are now what 126. So we have 2.5 hours left, and we're at what 29 million. Yeah, I don't think there's any way. So yesterday's volume. Oh, great. Okay, good stuff, Mike. Well, let's take a look at the SPY. Actually, I mean, it's challenging the VWAP. Will it pop through? And it's had about 5 or 6 attempts to get through, and another one right now. Let's see if it gets through. I still have this one thumbnail just in case it does something crazy at the end. And we were talking about the ALCY. Ugly looking right now. Very ugly looking. Banai, brand engagement. Okay. Okay. Ab- Abhishek, you were looking at silver. Silver was very weak, was the weakest sector. Yeah, it's still pretty weak. Just kind of chopping around right here. Well, what do I think? I mean, it's had obviously had the huge run. Then we've had 2 days of, I don't know, we'll call it profit taking. I don't think there's no other reason. There's no, bad news about silver. So it's just profit taking, but, I mean, look at the week. Last week, the low was, 61.65, so maybe that holds. Well, I'm not a silver player, okay? I'm not an ETF player at all, but, I mean, silver has had probably the one of the what if not the best sector performer over the course of the year, and until that day right there, it had been up 33% in the month until that day hit. So, you gotta wait for the pullback to be over, I guess. If you're asking me, do I think it's over? I have no idea. I think you'd have to wait to Friday just to see. I mean, will this hold, the low of, this week, 61.80. But when it was up here, this was a lifetime high. So that's a pretty big, you're talking 71 down to 64. It's a pretty big, percentage move down. Take a look at gold. Let's see what gold is doing. Yeah, see, gold is at least, it's basically flat today. So silver is definitely getting, I mean, gold had the bad day also, but not, on a percentage basis, not quite as bad. Obi, you're still there. HYPD. Okay, that looks like something that's, under $1 somehow. Maybe wrong. HYPD. Don't see it anywhere. No, I'm wrong. Hyperion. I remember seeing this one, not today, but what's the volume like? Maybe that's why I'm not seeing it. Volume is still pretty low. Relative volume is low, but up 13%. Yeah. Why are you doing this to yourself, Obi? So you mean you can't sleep? You'd rather, pound a keyboard and well, court, I didn't, I almost looked at shorting this under, 36, but didn't do it. But, take a look at court now, guys. Breaking down through the VWAP. Okay, breaking down through the VWAP. So it'll sell flag in the 5, sell flag up here in the 2, breaking down underneath the VWAP. I'm not going to do anything though. I'm done. Done for the year. Grumpy. When you put a screenshot, and I'll determine whether that, if I would like it or not. HSDT, Solana, okay. Mm. Yeah, not seeing too much, guys. No, nothing new. I mean, INBS still right at the top here. Did not pull back much at all. Okay, look at the SPY, guys. So the SPY is trying maybe to get through that VWAP. Maybe we'll finish positive if it does and has a run. Though, need some volume, of course. Muted. Thank you, Pepe. Well, you know what? It's been a while since I've done that. Thank you, Pepe. So I don't know how long I've been muted, and I'm not even sure why I muted myself. We were talking. Did you? Okay. Did you guys hear me talking about the INBS? Wondering if it would take out the 12. Really? Oh man. Okay. And I was talking about how it did it on volume. You see the volume, and again, it's not the absolute volume. It's whether or not the volume bar stands out. So you can see over the last use on the 2-minute volume bars, that volume bar right there at 142. Certainly, it was challenging that volume bar. So that makes it it seems like okay, the volume or at least the price increase can be sustained for a while anyway. Oh, really? Nothing. Okay. Well, belated comments. The next high is did you say somebody said the 200-day moving average was 1321? Okay. Yeah, I don't see it on my daily chart because it'd be up there. So that actually, I know I said I think 14 is the next high on the weekly chart, but there is the 200-day moving average a little earlier than that. Yeah, 1317. Again, it's an area. I mean, 1317, 1321. It's an area. Close enough. 1313. Okay. Rounding errors. Shoot, that would have been a far better short for me. The court on the 36 break than when I shorted it earlier. Oh, look at this. Look at this right there. Well, actually, that was a little bit above 36. But even if you'd waited for the VWAP break, which was at around 36, you've got a dollar move. And who knows where now? Maybe some support here around 34.56. So it still has room to move down if it wants to. This one is sort of making a little bit of a move too, this ALCY. High, what was the high? The high was 1485. Still not great volume, 21 times normal, but only half a million shares. Wonder if this one will have some movement on Friday. Nothing really shaking with our AI today either. Just looking at only three alerts, nothing really shaking there. It would have. Let's take a look. No, but I'm talking about shorting it on just underneath at the VWAP. I'm not talking about shorting it here and then getting stopped. I'm talking about shorting it on the way down. Even if you just waited for the VWAP break, if you had taken it up in this area, there's no, you'd still be in the trade on the short. Well, looking at the trade wave anyway on the 2-minute chart. Oh, that's way earlier. Yeah, I mean, Grumpy, that's a long time ago. In day trading, I mean that's eons ago. It's 2 o'clock now, and I did short it. All right, guys. Well, I think that's it for me. Unless there are any, I'll hang around for another minute or so if there are questions. I'll start to wrap this up, though. For those of you who are in a YouTube room, if you do want to head over to the main room, I will give you the link. I'll go over my the promo and my homepage one last time. I know I said it was the last time before, but I'll make an exception. So for those of you in YouTube, if you still want to interact with other traders, you can do so until about 3:45. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit, and here it is, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube and you still want to, again, hang out with other traders till 3:45, you can. I'll have my screen still up and running. I won't be on the mic, of course. And last look, Barry 28, that will get you 28% off a premium annual subscription. 25 Barry 25 will get you 25% off a standard annual, or the first month only of a premium and a standard subscription. And as always, get down to that education section if you do take it a subscription. And if you don't have trade ideas, you can. What I would do is just take a look at this second video and go to the end. There are 12 short videos that'll give you an idea. Back to basics. New to trading. This is for you. Free series of videos. No, I'm going to. I'll look at men's maybe on Friday if it gets back over 5. I did okay on it. I mean, I got in yesterday just under 4 near the end of the day, got up to 5, took some off. And then as it started to slide down, I thought, you know what? I know I said I would hold it. It's hard for me to do that. It's just my DNA. And here's all the information. Click on the custom scan area, and here's the information that I'm currently sharing for these races, the large cap, the biggest gainer, large cap. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is a wide open race. Pulse resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. And these 3 scans, you can take a look at these 3 scans also, the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. I do have the gap scan up. Only these were the only ones today, including INBS at 736. And I'm sure if you got that alert at 736, you might have thought, wow, come on, it's got to be over. Well, tacked on another $5. Okay, guys. Yeah, so happy New Year, everybody, and we'll see you Friday. Again, I may be late. I may not get in till about 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock my time. Either Obi or, but if he's too sick, William, whenever you show up, you don't have to you don't have to do it at 6:45 like Obi does. Whenever you get up, if you see it's not open, obviously open it. And William will keep this room open till 3:45. So we'll see you guys Friday.